Whenever you're ready.
It's almost, I'm looking at my clock here. Good evening. It is now 5:30 and the February 2nd, 2023 board meeting is now open. Call to order. Mrs. Medina, will you take a roll call vote, please?
Mr. Ibarra,
Present.
Mrs. Haro, Mr. Flores, Ms. Ojeda,
Present.
Mr. Fuentes,
Present.
Mrs. Flores. Present.
Thank you. Mrs. Medina, would you please lead us in the renewal of Pledge of Allegiance? I'm sorry. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you to the Bloomington High School ROTC color card. Tonight we have Abigail Valdez, who will be our interpreter for anyone needing Spanish-speaking assistance. Is it on? Hers? Oh, I didn't know that.
Hola, mi nombre es Abigail y si necesitan interpretación en español estaré en la entrada. Gracias.
Thank you very much. Item 1.3, adoption of February 2nd, 2023 agenda. Could I please have a motion to adopt the agenda with the following amendments? Amend closed session item 10.5, personnel public employee appointment, discipline, dismissal, release, Government Code 54957, addition of 5 classified coaches, head junior varsity softball girls, head varsity wrestling girls, swimming assistant co-ed, varsity soccer assistant boys, varsity soccer assistant girls, addition of 1 volunteer coach, track co-ed. Could I have a motion, please?
So moved.
A second? I have a motion by Board Member Fuentes and a second by Board Member Haro to adopt the agenda as recommended. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Nay? So on a motion by Board Member Fuentes and Board Member Haro on a 7-0, no, 6, sorry. 6-0, the board adopted the agenda as recommended. To continue with our Bloomington High School showcase tonight, I will invite Principal Roman to introduce the students.
Good evening, Board President Thorin Ojeda, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and members of the audience. It is with great pride that I introduce our 4 ASB representatives to support and present on behalf of Bloomington High School. Tonight joining me will be Delilah Diaz, Valerie Moreno, Angela Santana, and Brooke Sutherland.
Good evening, Board President Thoreng Ojeda, board members, Superintendent. Good evening, Board President Thoreng Ojeda, board members, Superintendent, Dr. Miranda, and members of the audience. My name is Angela Santana, and I am a junior class president, an ASB team captain, and member of the Student Leadership Program. Tonight, Delilah Diaz, Valerie Moreno, Brooke Sutherland join me to shine the spotlight on Bruin Country.
Okay, it's coming up. There we go. Phew. Great job over there.
Thank you. Tonight, Delilah Diaz, Valerie Moreno, and Brooke Sutherland join me to shine the spotlight on Bruin Country. We have not slowed down for a second. We will begin sharing what we have been up to in the areas of academics, athletics, and activities since our last presentation in October. I will share about academics. It has become a tradition for our physics students to host the Great Smashing Pumpkin Drop. It was an educational event where the students shared the knowledge gained in the months they've attended physics class. Many find the task of preventing their pumpkins from breaking after being dropped from the top of the auditorium roof the best part of the whole show and project. With many successes, everybody shared the joy of watching the pumpkin drop. Our wonderful Spanish classes and Spanish club gave us the opportunity to see some of the creative drawings and ofrendas of family members in a mini celebration of Dia de los Muertos. Each year, they share some performances from our very own talented students during our lunchtime activities. In November, BHS was honored with the highest attendance percentage in our district. We are very proud of this achievement and continue to encouraging everyone to come to class on time every day. Next, our Caring Link Crew class held freshman follow-ups to catch up with our freshmen. The freshmen are allowed to ask upperclassmen for any advice for their classes, clubs, or to help with all things that high school may throw at them. These are scheduled in hopes to make our freshmen feel comfortable at school and help build relationships with the students they can always go to if they need guidance. They also hold their Cocoa and Cram event to assist their freshmen in preparation for semester 1 finals by having cocoa, cookies, studying, and tutoring prior to our finals week. It was a safe space for our freshmen to study and ask for guidance during their first semester at BHS. Our band and choral music programs held their annual winter concerts just before we went on our winter break. These evenings bring the holiday season to BHS and also prepare our students for the winter competition season. We have 3 very special Bruins in our band that earned very special honors. First, congratulations goes out to Angel Molina for having earned a spot in the Pasadena Tournament of Roses Honor Band. He performed at the Rose Parade Band Fest at Pasadena City College and also at the 134th Annual Tournament of Roses Parade. We also would like to congratulate Leilani Chagoya on earning her first spot as saxophone player with the San Bernardino County Honor Band. It is not in there. Senior Andres Raigosa is also playing with San Bernardino County Honor Band this year. This will be his 5th time performing with such a talented group of musicians. The concert where you can see Leilani and Andres take place on Saturday, February 11th at 6 p.m. in the University of Redlands Memorial Chapel. More news for our Visual and Performing Arts department includes the return of our Bruin News Network. Ms. Julie Urquizu has been working with her students throughout the first semester of the school year so we can have our very own well-pronounced news program. Thank you to our BNN crew and teacher for working hard to get this back to us. The last bit of news about our visual and performing arts department is our theater, which has been closed to us since December 2021 and was released back to us by the general contractor. We were able to use the space in a limited capacity while we await full completion of the upgrades. There are several small items that still need to be finished, but 99% of the work is done. We recently held our first Parent Institute for Quality Education. PK is a trusted partner providing a variety of hands-on workshops, seminars, and ongoing support for parents and school leaders. We had 70 parents join the in-person session and 42 in the evening online session. Our NJROTC provided many opportunities for the cadets to participate in events that teach routine and structure. Our NJROTC program was invited to present the colors during the opening ceremonies for the Anaheim Ducks. Our female color guard cadets were incredibly grateful for this opportunity and represented BHS in a positive light. On January 17th, BHS hosted a mock AVID reevaluation visit to assess the effectiveness of our AVID program. We had many great things to highlight, and students' engagement throughout the day shows that BHS glows. Today and Tuesday, we hosted our Future Bruin Days for our incoming 9th graders. We showed our incoming Bruins all the amazing programs, electives, and activities we offer at BHS. Students were broken up into groups and led on tour via rotation to see all the various 9th grade electives, courses, and programs that our school offers. Students were then given the time to register for the 23-24 courses at the end of this event. We were excited to highlight our campus and welcome incoming students to Bruin Country. If you are not aware, our virtual enterprise program has been quite successful for several years. This year has proven to be no different. Under the direction of Dr. Robin Buckles, Robin Buckles, our two teams are Social Shield and SNAP. At the state competition in Bakersfield, both teams were recognized for the elevator pitch. Social Shield received bronze recognition and SNAP got silver. SNAP also earned gold status for their salesmanship during the trade show. Last but not certainly, the Social Shield business plan team qualified for the national competition taking place in New York this April. We are very proud of them and wish them luck. And now I will be passing it on to Valerie Moreno.
Good evening, my name is Valerie Moreno. I'm a student leader serving as a design team captain in our activities program. I also participate in many clubs on campus. Today, I'm here to contribute information about our winter sports athletics. Although wrestling will not be moving on as a team, there are individuals moving on in the upcoming tournaments. They had some nail-biting matches this season that kept everyone in their stands on their toes. Next, Coach Aubrey and his boys basketball team have succeeded yet again by having strong members, great leadership, and solid commitment to one another and their love for basketball. Their record this season shows their hard work and perseverance and proves they deserve to move on to playoffs. Their next game is tomorrow night against Carter High School. Not only is our boys basketball program doing great, but our girls basketball team is succeeding with 4 wins, 2 losses, moving them into the next phase of competition. Last night, their hard work and dedication paid off by adding another win to their title. Our soccer girls team is working towards earning another championship with their record of 5 wins, 3 losses, and 1 tie. Last night's game brought them another victory. Finally, our boys soccer team record is 6 wins, 3 losses. They have taken second in league and will compete in CIF playoffs on a date yet to be determined. This winter, our athletes have succeeded in having a phenomenal season. All of our winter sports are continuing to playoff tournaments and competitions. We invite you all to join us in the postseason in Bruin Country to support our teams and scholastics athletes as they continue going strong. Spring sports begin soon as well. We invite you to join us for track and field, softball, baseball, and our newly added boys volleyball team. Our seniors were given an opportunity to be honored by their teammates, parents, and friends at their senior night event this year. Each of them received a goodie bag from our ASB outreach team. Also, our design team decorated the gym and stadium with balloons and other spirit gems. I would like now to turn the remainder of our time to Delilah and Brooke with our report of BHS activities.
Good evening. I am Delilah Diaz. I am a junior at BHS and would like to thank you for all for giving us an opportunity to talk about our school this evening. Brooke and I will be giving you an inside view of our activities since October. We presented last time. We were at the tail end of our homecoming week activities. So now I would like to let you know what happened during the rest of our week and also report about our Halloween Powder Puff football game and Thankfulness Day events. Our theme this year was Diamonds Are a Bruin's Best Friend to honor our 60th year. We had a great rally at Keep the Spirit Going, and during the halftime show, the football game, we presented our homecoming Bruins of Distinction. We kept the tradition of having a campus cleanup and service project day as part of the requirement to be nominated. This year, we added a Bruin Sweethearts category. Our homecoming sweethearts were Isabella Sanchez and Andrew Padron. Our senior class of 2023 Bruins of Distinction were Jacob Burton and Kimberly Pineda. Our junior Bruin of Distinction was Noe Ramirez and Samantha Baez. The class of 2025 Bruins of Distinction were Rihanna Conwell and Evelyn Ramirez. Finally, our freshman Bruin of Distinctions were Thomas Cordova and Alyssa Tepeke. This year, we got to have our dance indoors in the NPR. There was seating outdoors as well to accommodate everyone. We also had a taco truck, caricature artist, karaoke, and 2 photo booths. Our chaperones handed out glow sticks and blinking foam sticks to add to the fun. Another photo opportunity of large lit up letters that spelled out HOCO 2022 added to the decor. On Halloween Day, BHS students and staff wore their favorite costumes. We held a costume contest. There were winners for the scariest, original, creative, cutest, funniest, and group costumes. We gave prizes to all the winners and also a small thank you to anyone who dressed up that day and participated in the costume during lunchtime. At BHS, Powder Puff football is very popular and many Bruins look forward to it. This year was intense. The participants were very committed and even participated in the rain. Both juniors and seniors were put in the hard work this annual competition. This year, the seniors came out with the victory. The final score was 21-0. Here is Brooke to finish sharing about our activities.
On Thursday, November 10th, ASB brought breakfast items to school so they could honor the veterans on campus with a nice breakfast. ASB walked around campus delivering the food to the staff members, playing patriotic music, and made sure to hang a sign outside the room or office with their name, rank, and years of service in the branch in which they served. Our annual Fall Fest was a hit and hosted on November 16th. At this event, we allow clubs to fundraise money by selling snacks and food items for the students and families who attend. There were also activities for the students to do, such as making s'mores, an apple cider contest, and hot potato. We also had Native American dancers come and perform for everyone to watch. This Fall Fest went out with a bang. We had our 3rd Spirit Rally of the school year in December with a Candyland theme. At this rally, we had performances from cheer, band, and for the first time ever, our very own jazz/rock band. We also had a candy eating relay race, balloon pop, and our class yell. We introduced our winter sports teams, which are basketball, wrestling, and soccer, previously talked about by Valerie Moreno. We also introduced our band, color guard, and cheer squad. Like always, this rally was a huge success and filled with fun. For some, it may seem too soon, but we had 2 dates in the past 2 weeks for our senior product ordering days.
Balfour came to our campus and set up inside of room 403 so seniors were able to place their orders for their cap and gown and other senior swag and graduation products. Thank you for all your time and for allowing us to share what has been happening in Bruin Country. Here are some upcoming events that we invite you to attend. We now welcome any comments or questions.
Thank you so much. I have to give you a lot of credit when it's the pause at the very beginning. That would have been really hard to do for anybody, but you did handle it so graciously. It amazes me all the things that get done each and every day in high school beyond the academics. And I'm so proud of your presentation tonight. It's really difficult to get up in front of people and talk. And you did a great job, all of you. So thank you so much. And it's exciting to hear the things that are going on at your school. Any other comments? Mrs. Harrell?
I want to thank you for coming and telling us everything that's happening in Bruin Country. I want to thank your advisor, Ms. Wright, for all she does to work with you. Students, as we know, ASB is the heart of the school because you're the one who set up all the activities for everyone else to enjoy. So thank you for all you do for all of the Bruins on your campus.
Thank you. Mr. Ibarra?
Thank you very much. I also want to take this opportunity to commend each one of you for a wonderful job and your leadership at Bloomington High School. One of the things that many students will take away after 4 years at any high school institution is the fact that the experiences that they're able to cherish and share and participate in. And as you share everything that goes on your campus, it's very evident to see that students have many opportunities to engage and be part of something. And anytime that you could enhance these positive experiences, you take so much away with you when you leave and graduate. With that being said, too, you did an excellent job up at the podium. And this experience for you as individuals is going to enhance and help you as you continue your career in education. So always remember that you have that leadership quality in you, and that will help drive you to the next level in whatever you choose to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ibarra.
I have
Any other
a
comments?
I have a comment.
Mr.
Ladies,
Fuentes?
congratulations. Great presentation. A lot of activities going on. I see your upcoming events. See all that great stuff that's coming to Bruin Country. I want to thank Ms. Wright, Ms. Roman also for their leadership. I'm sorry, I'm got something in my throat. And I want to thank the parents. Yeah, it's a frog. All of a sudden you'll see this frog pop out of me. I'm sorry. I want to thank the parents too. I want to thank the parents for their leadership also. You have some great ladies here. I know one of these young ladies. I've seen her grow up. I know the dad very well too, so he knows who I'm talking about. And congratulations. Congratulations once again. I think my colleagues broke it down perfectly, and for bringing all this information to us. Have a great day. Have a great night, actually. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fuentes. Any other comments? I want to add another personal comment. I will admit I have a real soft spot in my heart for Bloomington High School because two of the most important people in my life graduated from there and both went on to college. And I have Ms. Wright to thank, especially for one of them who's in his current job, he's using his leadership skills each and every day. You guys did a great job at that school and you continue to do that. You have so many positive things in addition to what you get in high school by being an ASB. And I look forward to hearing from many of you through Ms. Wright as to what you're doing in your future, because you have opportunities that you don't realize now, because now it's just fun. But when you get older, you realize, wow, I learned a lot of skills. Thank you, Ms. Wright. And thank you, Ms. Roman, for your wonderful program at your school. Thank you. Would you like to come up and great job. Thank you for tonight. It was great. You did a wonderful job.
Great job.
Great job. Mrs. Medina, did you see that Ms. Sandoval came in at 5:35 for the record? Okay, thank you. At this time, item 3.1, under special presentations, would Superintendent Dade please come forward to introduce members of new management?
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, Board President Thorian Ojeda, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, audience here and virtually. It is my pleasure and privilege and honor to welcome one of our new CJUSD family members. And I'd like to welcome up our new HR technician, Zyra Jenkins. So Zyra comes to us with a multitude of experiences and opportunities throughout her career. She was an HR administrative assistant on the corporate side of the world for quite some time. And she provided support for 7 HR office branches. From there, she was the manager of the Hilton Brand Hotel. Oh, I didn't know that. That's a good one. You got the friends and family discount still? Because I might just talking. Where she also was led the safety committee chairperson. She was for 2 years. She led that safety committee. Then she worked under the umbrella of San Bernardino County Public Health Department, where she was an office assistant 2. She promoted from office assistant 2 to office assistant 3 and got to help and lead and support the community of Arrowhead Regional Medical Center. And then she became promoted to supervising office assistant, where she was able to support the community through the public health department and oversee and support 12 clerks and 3 clinics. And over the last 4 years, she's been in HR division as the HR assistant. And we've had a lot of fun getting to know each other. And now just so happy to see her promote to HR technician. There's a few fun facts I like to share. She is a proud mother of 4, a proud grandmother of 8. I'm one of 8 too. My grandma, we call her grandma, she'll be 99 this year. And so she remembers everything. So she says, drink your carrot juice. So she also loves to spend time with her grandbabies, especially for birthdays, and she loves to dance and sing with them. And she also enjoys spending time with her husband and watching football with him. She is a Eagles fan. Oh, ain't nothing wrong with that. I'm an Eagles fan, but only when they go to the Super Bowl. But I lived in Philly for a while, so I got to see remember Randall Cunningham? He was the quarterback when I was a little guy. So, but awesome. It'll be a great Super Bowl to watch them. And so just want to go ahead and give Zyra an opportunity, a chance to address the board.
Good evening, Board President Thorian Ojeda, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and members of the audience. First, I want to say thank you for giving me this opportunity. I do have a lot of experience in human resources, and I know that we're going through some changes right now. And becoming a tech, it gives me a greater opportunity to participate and provide some of my previous experience as a human resources and manager. And again, thank you for this great opportunity. And tonight I have my mother here with me. I have one of my grandsons, Angel, and I have Alan, grandson, my handsome nephew, LeBron, and my sister with me tonight to celebrate.
Can you guys stand up? Can we have you stand? So we can see who you are. Let the family stand. There we go. Let's give me a hand again.
You can be seated. Thank you so much. And then you'll go ahead. One more round of applause for Zyra, please.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Item 3.2, employee recognition. Director Cervantes, would you please come forward?
Good evening, Board President Thoring Ojeda, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and members of the community. The Human Resources Division is honored to congratulate and celebrate our January Employees of the Month. To be selected and nominated by your peers among our thousands of outstanding employees is a tremendous accomplishment. All of our nominees and award winners have shown dedication, compassion, and motivation for their work. We offer our congratulations to our exemplary staff and thank them for the wonderful model they set for others. We would like to publicly recognize our winners tonight and invite them to join us along with their family and their supporters when we call their name. Our classified employee recognitions recipient is Ms. Kathy Reynosa, Special Ed Instructional Assistant at Colton High School. Ms. Reynosa, you want to invite your family to come up? And honoring her this evening is John Abbott, Principal, Colton High School. Thank you.
So sorry. Ready.
Good evening, Board President Thoring Ojeda, board members, Superintendent Miranda, Executive Cabinet, members of the community. Tonight, we'd like to recognize Kathy Reynosa, as was communicated, and what I'm about to read is a letter from her colleagues that would like to recognize Kathy this evening. First off, they'd like to say that this recognition is well overdue. Kathy Reynosa has been with CJUSD for over 20 years. She started off as a one-on-one assistant for a young girl with cerebral palsy. She was an individual with no communication abilities or control of her limbs. Early on, Kathy began talking to her and shortly after was able to communicate with our student. Soon they were having silent conversations, Kathy doing the talking but answering all the nonverbal questions that our young student would ask. Many wondered how Kathy was able to understand and talk with her. It was through patience and will to not give up on our student. Eventually, Kathy helped her. It was through patience and will to not give up. She helped the student use a computer with a head mouse, finally giving the student a voice. After her 10 years with the student, she graduated and Kathy was able to join us at Colton High in the Transition Opportunity Program known as TOP. Here she has continued her amazing ways of helping students, not giving up on them, and her motherly patience. She would say, the student is an army of one, and she will make you all you can be. Her professional attitude at work is uncanny. She was always ready to help. She will work in small groups with students, help assess them, take them to work on community safety, and even help toilet students, while doing it all without question and with a smile and a sense of duty. But her reach does not end at TOP. She expects every student on campus to be all they can be. She will also help any student with things like getting them clothes or food when needed, as well as question them when they're out of class during period. Kathy is also part of our Colton High School girls soccer, as her husband was a JV coach for many years, and Kathy was a volunteer team mom. This year, Kathy continues to work with our JV soccer team as a volunteer coach and rides the bus for away games and will wait with the students when they return, no matter how long it takes for the last student to get picked up or if the bus doesn't arrive on time. Yes. If you ask any student or staff member on campus, they will have nothing but amazing stories for a positive comment to make about her. Here are a few statements from her colleagues. Kathy is a person that looks at things from all sides and is ready with wise words. She is a thoughtful and giving person, always thinking of others first. Kathy, your ability to come up with creative solutions inspires, and you have endless patience. Kathy treats all students and staff with respect, integrity, and care. She is invaluable in the classroom and helps new staff in TOP with understanding their position and supports them with care, help, and explaining necessary guidelines. She is always willing to listen and goes above and beyond to help those who need it. Kathy's passion and love for working with our students is unmatched. She is also someone to bounce ideas off of or is a sounding board that gives great advice to working with a student and getting desired outcomes. On behalf of Colton High School staff, students, families, and community, thank you, Kathy, for everything you do.
I just wanted to say that I'm just one small cog in the big wheel of special education. And my team that I work with in TOPS is wonderful. I never have a day where I feel like, oh, I got to go to work. When I can't go to work, if something comes up, it weighs on me like, okay, let me get everybody situated and know what they need to do because I love my job so much and I love the people that I work with. And I have for this is my 23rd school year. And I've never felt like I didn't want to do what I do. And I am a product of the Colton Joint Unified School District. From the kindergarten all the way up, I have a daughter who's a teacher, and she's a product of the Colton Joint Unified School District, one who's a substitute, one daughter who's an instructional assistant at Paul Rogers, and another daughter who's an instructional assistant at Wilson Elementary in special education. So thank you very much. You are so much appreciated. So much. I love your story. Thank you.
Thank you.
One more round of applause for Kathy. Next is our certificated employee recognitions recipient, and this is Mr. Carlos Aguian, who is a naval science instructor at Bloomington High School. And honoring him this evening is Yvette Roman, principal of Bloomington High School.
Good evening, Board President Thoring Ojeda, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and members of the public. I am honored to recognize and introduce one of our NJROTC senior chiefs, Mr. Aguian, or as some may like to refer to him as DJ Aguian. Senior Chief Aguian is a dedicated and reliable individual who goes above and beyond to support our BHS students and the NJROTC program. He has been employed with CJUSD for 9 years. Senior Chief has volunteered countless hours to promote our NJROTC program, support the NJROTC club, and related events and activities. On most weekends, while others are enjoying their day off, Senior Chief Aguian greets students and prepares them for a weekend drill match, training activity, or competition. Students in the program have unique opportunities because Senior Chief is committed to identifying the opportunities, raising the funds, and completing the required paperwork to make things happen for our students. Mr. Aguian is always excited to share information with administration and staff about how our students performed after each competition, which supports our school culture and pride in our program. Our NJROTC students have earned many, many medals, trophies, and awards due to the hard work, direction, and dedication that Senior Chief Aguian has provided to our students. Senior Chief is a compassionate and caring leader that makes an effort to get to know his students and to connect with them. On Wednesdays, which are uniform days, Senior Chief allows for students to eat lunch in the NJROTC area so that they can build strong relationships with their peers and feel supported. Students are proud to wear their uniform, perform in parades, and demonstrate their skills with confidence because they have been encouraged, receive proper training, and positive reinforcement. Senior Chief Aguian is always willing to support activities and events at BHS and has brought his personal DJ equipment to campus several times to create a fun and memorable experience for our students and our staff. In addition, he has also coached girls soccer and supported as an announcer for track events. BHS is thankful for everything that Senior Chief Aguian does to support our students and staff at BHS. It is employees like him that inspire our students and encourage them to be the best that they can be throughout their educational experience. On behalf of BHS administration and Senior Chief Wood, who nominated Mr. Aguillon for this award, we would like to thank him for his service to BHS and to our country.
Good evening, board members, administration, teachers. Thank you for having us. First, I'd like to thank Ms. Peterson for hiring me 9 years ago. So I really appreciate that. Definitely couldn't be here without you. I'd like to thank Mr. Torres and Ms. Roman just for the relentless support that they give us. We're always doing things in the ROTC, and we're coming up to the last in the last minute to get paper signed so we could support these events that we do. So I really appreciate jumping through hoops for us, Mr. Torres and Ms. Roman. Thank you. I also like to thank my wife, Annette, for allowing me to participate in these events. So I got to always ask her, hey, honey, we're going to an event is it okay if we do this event on Saturday? But she's one of my biggest supporters because I'm gone. We do events like twice a month, 2 Saturdays a month. And sometimes we go all the way to Las Vegas, and I'm saying, hey, can you go with us? And, I need you as a chaperone. And she's always willing to support me, and I appreciate that just for all the support the 9 years I've been at Bloomington. Thank you, board members, and especially to you, Pat Haro, because every time I have a problem, I always text her and say, Ms. Haro, can you look into this? Or I'm always, can we give you the insight? Is this going to get approved? So I definitely appreciate, the late texts that I give you and the answers that you, in early mornings that you get back. So I appreciate that. Thanks again, everybody.
Congratulations. Thank you. Okay, yeah.
One more round of applause for Mr. Carlos again. Next is our Management Employee Recognition recipient, and that is Ms. Lynette White, Communications Specialist at Communications. And honoring her this evening is Katie Orloff, Director of Communications. Lynette, would you like to invite your family up to join you?
Good evening, President Thoring Ojeda, board members, Superintendent Miranda, members of the audience. It is my pleasure to recognize Communications Specialist Lynette White. Lynette joined CJUSD 13 months ago and has been a phenomenal source of positive energy and innovative, bold ideas, bringing new levels of engagement with our district community. Her creative ideas help to raise the voices of students and staff and empower them all to tell their stories. Upon joining the CJUSD team, she immediately hit the ground running, packing her calendar with meetings with all our principals and generating enough social media content to boost our analytics significantly from the previous month. She established the CJUSD Brand Ambassadors Program, recruiting members, helping them to establish social media presence for their schools and departments, planning professional development for them, and mapping out a social media competition to help keep them motivated. Our social media presence continues to grow, not just on our @ColtonJUSD accounts, but on school, department, and individual accounts across the district. She is creative in finding ways to showcase our students and staff and their diversity on our social media. She meets with anybody who asks to coach them on using social media professionally and answer all their questions. She also envisioned a new way for us to share student voice with our district's first podcast, #CJUSD Chats, teaming up with Jamal Boyce and Nairi Clark to showcase students and staff discussing the programs and activities that matter to them. Undaunted by never having made a podcast, she gamely mapped out a slate of guests and topics for the inaugural season and learned how to operate her new equipment and edit the episodes and upload them to stream on multiple platforms. Lynette also emerged as a dynamic, engaging presenter. Among other things, she proposed and facilitated a panel discussion for December's CSBA Annual Education Conference and Trade Show that included our board president, superintendent, and a principal and curriculum program specialist discussing how they use social media in their roles to tell their stories and connect with our district community, thus showcasing our talents for other boards and superintendents from across the state and sending them off with helpful tips they can use. One of Lynette's favorite quotes is, "We need to make the positive so loud that the negative is almost impossible to hear." It exemplifies something really powerful and wonderful about her and her approach to her role as a communications leader. Her positive energy and enthusiasm truly shine. Her passion for showcasing our students and staff shows in everything she does. I feel lucky to have her on our team and honored to present her to you for this award.
Lynette, before you talk, Laura, I just wanted to thank you because before I met you, I was a Twitter quitter. Remember that? And just thank you for your patience with me and mentoring on social media and telling our story. You've been amazing over the last 18 months. Wow, it's a lot. Time flies. 13 months. Well, soon to be 18 months, right? So just thank you personally. I wanted to say that publicly because I would not be on social media unless you were here. So thank you. Thank you for everything you do.
Thank you very much. I first off want to thank my family for making the drive here and making it at this time in traffic. It is no small miracle to have all 3 kids that are active in sports here at the same time. So this day will go down in history in our family. First, I do want to thank Frank and Katie for giving me the space to be creative with how I choose to communicate the Colton stories. They've really given me the avenue to just run with it and go. I want to thank the board because you guys really have a passion in communicating all the great things that are going on in Colton. I think in education, a lot of times we focus on the deficiencies and what's going wrong, but I get the awesome job of going and being the cheerleader of what's going right. So, and there's a whole lot going right at Colton Joint Unified, so it's been super easy. I really thank everyone for welcoming me with open arms, and it's just been an awesome experience. So thank you for trusting me to tell your stories. Thank you.
Not only did Lynette bring her family, but the communication staff is also here to help honor her. So and last is our education partner employee recognition recipient, and that is Mrs. Rachel Plum, PTA President at Terrace View Elementary. And honoring her this evening is Joanne Greer, Principal, Terrace View Elementary.
Good evening, Board President Thorne Ojeda, board members, Superintendent Miranda, and members of the audience. There can't be enough nice things said about this lady here. I'm really proud to work with her. Rachel's an outstanding example of a parent who dedicates their time and energy to helping their child's school be the very best school that it can be. Ms. Plum has 2 students at our school, and Guy just left last year, moving on to middle school. And she became our Parent-Teacher Association board president. She joined looking for an opportunity to gain some leadership skills. She thought she was going to get something from us, but we got more from her. She sets such an example of heart. I don't think she knew how much we really needed her to bring some heart back to our PTA after our break for a pandemic. She helped rebuild our PTA. She's grown our membership up to 200 memberships this year. Last year we had about 40. So 200 more families are participating. She creates events. She works tirelessly to hold family events in the evenings every month to make sure that our students have opportunities and their families have opportunities to come to school and join in together in all kinds of fun things, from paint nights to dances to our fall festival. She has collected donations for us. She secured almost all the food donations that we needed to hold our fall festival, making our festival even more, make more of a fundraiser for our students, which then the PTA turns around and provides that money back to students to go on field trips. So she has restored that event for all of our families. She has applied for donations for us and gotten $2,900 worth of sports equipment to use on our playground. And you can always find Rachel running around campus, checking on things, delivering things, smiling, helping a student who needs direction to their classroom. She utilizes her social media savvy and her great heart to bring people together in the Terrace View community. I believe that Rachel has learned a great deal from her PTA experience. She's definitely become a leader on our campus, and we have learned what kindness and community can be. We truly appreciate her dedication to our students and our school. Thank you from all of us, Rachel, for sharing your heart with Terrace View.
I'm going to keep this very short and simple. I'm a crier. So I just want to tell everybody, thank you so much. I really appreciate being in this position. And Ms. Greer said that they've learned a lot from me. I gained a lot. I feel the same way about just being in this position. And I want to continue doing it as much as I can. Oh, that's it. I'm sorry. And I would like to also thank my family, especially like during Red Ribbon Week. It wasn't only Red Ribbon Week at school, it was Red Ribbon Week in my house. So thank you for all of my craziness.
Another round of applause for Mrs. Plum. We offer our heartfelt congratulations to all of tonight's winners, and we encourage our CJUSD staff to continue to acknowledge and nominate more of our outstanding employees. Thank you and have a great evening.
Thank you, and congratulations to all our honorees tonight. Item 4.1, announcement regarding public comment for items on the agenda and items not on the agenda. For public comment, each speaker will be invited to the podium and should begin by stating his or her name and residing city. Board Bylaw 9323 states that individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on each agenda or non-agenda item. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 15 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allotted for public presentation, depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. The president may take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional persons speak only if they have something new to add. Our first speaker tonight, Mark Menson.
Before I begin, I just want to say that there's a lot of positive energy in this room, and I felt it before I even came in the door. It's really, really great. And with that being said, I also want to apologize in advance because the subject matter that I'm here to speak about this evening's a little heavy. My name is Mark, and this is my wife, Debbie. We're here today asking for the school board's assistance. Our grandson, 15-year-old Robert Pliley Jr., was shot and killed at a Halloween party in Bloomington 3 months ago in the early hours of November 1st. It happened less than 1 mile down the road from this very spot. Our family and others believe the 2 persons of interest identified by the San Bernardino County Sheriff may live in the area and could be current or former students of Colton Joint School District, Unified School District. We're reaching out to the school board this evening with a request. We would like the 2 person of interest flyers from the sheriff's office to be distributed to the teachers and staff at the high schools in the district. And for all those community members that are here and watching live this evening, there's 3 other ways that you can help us as well. If you share the sheriff's press conference on social media, the full press conference can be found on the San Bernardino Sheriff YouTube page. The video is titled "Detective Seeks Public's Help Identifying the Subject and Murder of Robert Pliley Jr." You could also talk to your teenage kids about the party and the shooting. They may have heard information that has not been shared with the Sheriff's Homicide Division. Third, we would love to have help distributing and posting flyers to businesses, schools, and churches. The family would like to see them posted on bulletin boards, business windows, or near checkout locations. The family has also worked with WeTip to increase the standard reward amount from $1,000 up to $10,000 for information leading to the arrest and conviction of Robert's killer. An informant can remain completely anonymous and still collect the reward through WeTip. They just need to provide the tip that leads to an arrest and a conviction. So any help spreading the message and flyers would be sincerely appreciated. We'll be here till the meeting is over, and if anybody has any questions or if they would like some flyers, we would be more than happy to provide those. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we're very sorry for your loss. Dan?
If I may, and just first of all, of course, we are incredibly sorry for your loss. And that was something that reverberated throughout the entire Bloomington community and the Colton Joint Unified School District community. If we can, I think we all want to help as much as we can. Given the nature of the issue, I know we have our Director of Securities, Mr. John Sachs, who's in the back there. and he is a direct liaison with the Sheriff's Department, and we do have a contract with the Fontana Station and work with them. If you could connect, John, if you wouldn't mind connecting, so that we can get this information digitally, otherwise, and work with the department directly even to share as much information as possible. Absolutely would, it's the very least that we can do to help bring some, hopefully some closure and some peace to this, so thank you, absolutely.
Dr. Miranda?
I will also be reaching out to support the family, and I've actually been contacted by the county sheriffs too, so we'll be working with them.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Lisa Villa.
Well, I feel horrible now. I don't even want to say what I have to say. Nothing I have to say is compared to what they were going through. My condolences to that family. Can't even imagine. But I'm here and I'm going to start. I'm Lisa and I live in Colton. Good evening, board members and everyone in attendance. Congratulations to my friend Kathy Reynosa. It was great to see our employees that are happy, because having happy employees make a difference. She would be upset if she got transferred. And I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. Lately, I've been completely overwhelmed because I feel that there's so many events, situations, and facts that I bring to the podium at every board meeting. My overwhelmness comes from that there are so many experiences I have endured negatively from the Colton School District that I know when I come up to the podium, you're like, here she goes again with her complaining. And I know it goes in one ear and out the other. As parents yourselves, you should be empathetic towards my complaints, and as a board member, it should bother you that an employee of yours is not treated fairly. But just so you know, me coming up here helps me therapeutically, because talking to leaders through emails and or in person didn't get me anywhere. So by saying these things publicly on the microphone gives me peace, knowing that I said it out loud and got it off my chest. I'm actively looking for a job so I can separate from the district, because my complaining really doesn't go nowhere with you. When I separate, I will come back as a board member. I wanted to give a shout out to Dr. Anthony Ortiz, who recently did reach out to me and actually made a slight impact on me with a conversation which was empathetic and genuine. And he seemed genuinely concerned for my well-being and the well-being of student and staff safety, which meant everything to me. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, Ms. Sarah.
I just want to make a comment, Lisa, regarding Miss Lisa. She has been extremely well-trained in Colton Joint Unified School District. This past week, I believe, she had when they woke up, she had an intruder in her home. And with the skills that she has, she was able to talk the intruder down and keep her calm until one of her family members called the police and was able to get them to come. It was on drugs, and so the young lady was on drugs and needed assistance, and the police came. So I just think it's really great that the tools that she's learned in Colton, she was able to help her family. So I'm glad that you are here, Lisa, and that your family is okay.
Moving on to 5.1, California School Dashboard Assessment Presentation, Ed Services Division. Assistant Superintendent, Dr. Peterson.
Good evening, Board President Thorin Ojeda, board members, members of the audience. It is my pleasure tonight, we'll find a clicker, to present to you our 2022 dashboard information. And so tonight's presentation will not only include the results of our California dashboard for 2022, but also an explanation of differentiated assistance. And then we're going to follow up with elementary and secondary benchmark updates on how our students are performed on their second assessment this school year. And so the California dashboard was publicly released on December 15th. And just want to remind a couple things for the board. This is the first time we've had a full dashboard or close to full dashboard since 2019. And so in the few years, there's been a few dashboard indicators, but nothing academic on those. And so 2022 is considered a baseline reporting year. And also want to explain that, just as a reminder, this is data from last school year. And so tonight and on the dashboard, only status will be reported for each indicator. And as you can see, the status in purple, purple is the color of the year on the dashboard. And so if you remember, prior dashboards have colors red, orange, yellow, green, and blue. And so this year, because we're reporting only status, all the indicators are purple. And then we'll discuss eligibility for differentiated assistance, and that's based on a status of very low or very high in 2 or more priority areas. And so what's on the 2022 dashboard? Our first is the academic indicator, which is the CASP summative assessments in English language arts and math for grades 3 through 8 and grade 11. Chronic absenteeism rate, and that's for grades kindergarten through 8th. The college and career indicator, because our current seniors, when they were 11th grade, did not take the CASP as an official CASP released by the state. Therefore, we don't have those scores which factor into the college and career indicator. So nothing will be reported this year on the dashboard, and then next year we'll get a status for that indicator. English learner progress, which is for grades 1 through 12. This comes from our LPAC summative assessment results. And then graduation rate is actually a combination of it's called the 4th and 5th year cohort of 4 and 5 year graduation students from the class of 2022, as well as our fifth year students that completed from the class of 2021. And then our 1 year dashboard alternative school status, that's for our Silver Mountain High School, is factored into that as well. And then our suspension rate for 2021-22, and that's also K-12. And so the first, each of these slides, the first slide shows over on the left, we have what is shown if you look up on the website of the dashboard, you'll see a similar picture there. And so for English language arts, this again was given to grades 3 through 8 and 11. As a district, for all of our students, we scored low, and we were 54.8 points below the standard. If you remember from the fall, when we reported our CASP scores, we were talking about percentage met or exceeded. On the dashboard, they give you an average as far as points below or above the standard. On the right side, you'll see the report for our student groups. And so all of our student groups are listed there, along with their status. The status goes from very low to medium to high to very high, and depending on the indicator, depends on which part is positive and which part is not. And so on the right side, you can see that. And as a reminder, as we go through this, the differentiated assistance is either factored upon a very low and or very high on, depending on the indicator. And so for mathematics, again, it's 3 through 8 and 11. As a district, we performed in the very low category, 95.9 points below the standard. As a district, if you score very low, it means most of your subgroups are going to be in that area too, so you can see that there. And then I also wanted to, in case you're wondering what the less than 31 means, if you do not have more than 31 students represented in that subgroup, they won't give you a status. And so for our Pacific Islander group, in those grades, there were less than 31 students who took the exam. Our English learner progress, again, for grades 1 through 12, as a district, we scored low, 43.3%, making progress toward English language proficiency. This is actually a indicator that was given last year. We were at about 38% last year, and so this is actually an improvement of about 5% over last year's on the LPAC. And then again, college and career indicator is not being assessed this year, so again, we'll have status for that next year. We will at some point, it's not reported yet, have results for A through G and our students that completed pathways. They will share that information. And then for academic engagement, our graduation, they have our graduation rate and our chronic absenteeism. And so for graduation rate, this is for the class of 21 and 22. And again, for those that were fifth years and 21, they count in the cohort. And so we scored medium at, the status was medium at 87.2%. This also was an indicator last year. If you recall, we were at 80% last year, so this is an increase of 7%. A few things related to this. We were here earlier in the year, we talked about a number of students that, juniors and seniors right now that were multiple credits away from graduation, and then we began the Mission 220 program. I just wanted to give you kind of the reality or kind of an update of where we're at right now with that. We have all three schools, or all schools participating in that. But we have, if you take a normal student would be 30 credits away from graduation at this point. So if you were to add on 10 credits to that and look at the number of students that were in the 40 credit range to graduate, we're at 79%. And so that won't count summer. So we're hoping to add some through the summer, and we have a lot of students that have signed up for fifth year. And so just want to let you know when we're looking at next year, we're looking at somewhere between probably an 80 and 87%. And so we'll continue with Mission 220, continue that focus and move down the grade levels and try to get as many students course intervention and courses that they need, and we'll continue that progress. We also talked about changes in graduation requirements. If you recall, this information is actually based off of 130 credits. Last year, the state lowered the credit requirements for graduation, and so the last 2 years, so both 2021 and 2022 are based off of that. And so as we move back to 220, that's also creating some of the concerns there. We did have a discussion, about a half hour to an hour discussion last Friday at our after our county assistant sup meeting, where everyone kind of came together and said we're all looking at like 10% graduate drop-in rates next year, and is anybody considering anything as far as changing the credits, and nobody was doing anything. So we are at this point going with our 220 credits, and so as the graduation requirement moving forward, as most of our surrounding districts are doing the same. And so next would be the academic engagement, which is our chronic absenteeism, and that's K through 8. And as many know, this was across the state last year. We had, and still an issue, chronic absenteeism. Students that are feeling under the weather now stay home, and before prior might have come to school. And so with the pandemic and things like that, this rate is relatively high. Chronically absent, it would be based off 10% of the school year, or 18 days of absences. And so looking across our subgroups, this is an area where we scored very high. So we're hoping that with student services is diligently working on addressing this, and so we're hoping that this number drops for next year. And then conditions and climate for K-12 is a suspension rate. Right now we're at high, which is 5% suspended at least one day, and you'll see varied stages on the right-hand side for that. And then the final indicators are our local indicators, and these include our school climate survey. This includes our Williams visits, the implementation of standards, and whether we have courses of study and access to a broad course of study, as well as surveys that were given to teachers, students, and parents and families that represent those. And so all of those indicators were met for those 5 areas as a result of the work that was done by our team. So what is differentiated assistance? And so differentiated assistance, so between 2019 and 2022, we haven't had differentiated assistance. And if you remember, this is what the old dashboard looked like. You had the colors that we talked about, red, orange, yellow, green, and blue, and depending on, then you had status and change. And so this year, as we talked about, we're only reporting status. So there's no change with regard to, there's nothing to compare it to yet with regard to whether it increased or decreased. And so in a normal year, you could increase 3 to 5% in some areas and be out of like the bottom. If you were in red, move to orange, from orange move to yellow, from yellow move to green, and so forth. And so because we're not doing that this year and we're just focused on status, that's not there. So when you look at the chart here would show example of our scores prior to this baseline year, where you would have, if you look in the status level, you'll see that there are 7 groups that are very high, and then you see the one in red that below that's very high. And in a normal year, that only that group would count towards differentiated assistance at the red level. Because they're just looking at status, now several subgroups qualify for that. And so when we look at San Bernardino County, 31 of 33 school districts in San Bernardino County are in differentiated assistance or qualified for that. So the goal, as we work through this, here's the eligibility criteria for differentiated assistance. So for under priority 4, for pupil achievement, if we score very low on both English language arts and math, so both of those actually represent one indicator, or very low on the LP, which is the LPAC English Learner Proficiency Indicator. For pupil engagement, very low on graduation rate and or very high on chronic absenteeism. And for school climate, very high on the suspension rate indicator. So an LEA is eligible for differentiated assistance if the district or the same student group has the above status in 2 or more priority areas on the dashboard. So if you look at us as a district, we were low on English, very low on math, so didn't qualify there as a total district for all students. Low on LP, don't qualify there. Medium on graduation rate, very high on chronic absenteeism, so we would qualify under that indicator, and then high on school climate. So overall, as a whole, as a district, we don't qualify as a district, but we do qualify for subgroups. And so we have several subgroups that are represented in that. Excuse me while I put my glasses back on because I can't see that. On this, our English learners, homeless, and students with disabilities qualify based off of the academic indicator and chronic absenteeism. 2 or more races based off of chronic absenteeism and suspension rate. Our African American students based off the academic indicator, chronic absenteeism and suspension rate. And then our foster youth based on the academic indicator, grad rate, chronic absenteeism, and suspension rate. And so with that, what are then the requirements, or what happens in that case? And so the requirement, one was that a cabinet member had to attend the January 12th webinar. We had several people attend that just to have that explained to us as to what this was going to entail. And then on January 25th, we took actually 2 teams to San Bernardino County for a differentiated assistance team meeting. And during that meeting, we basically are using the improvement science methods in order to focus on these groups. And so they had us bring focus areas to that. So we took Ed Services group, looked at African American students in English and math, and our Student Services looked at foster youth and chronic absenteeism. And so we did a deep dive into the data for those areas and looked at, did a root cause analysis of what were the causes of that performance. And from that, created a PDSA, or Plan, Do, Study, Act cycle with activities that we will conduct moving forward to work through that process. This is also the process that we started with a lot of our work on school sites and things like that. So it's not something new to us. And so basically, we have someone at the county that will call us once a month and check in with us, check in with myself and Dr. Ortiz once a month to check on the status of how we're doing. And then as we move forward, looking at our data and having meetings just discussing how we're addressing the needs of our students. And so our goal is, just like any year, to show growth for this year, so that when we get to the point where change is added to the dashboard next year, hopefully these subgroups are moving up and would no longer be qualified for differentiated assistance. And so there's a lot of information on that. But I do want to take us back to the fact that, we have, I want to thank our data team that we have in the district. They've done a good job of providing that data. So we kind of knew during the school year what we were looking at. And so it allowed us to actually put things in motion this year. Part of our design plan and our system alignment, just want to remind the board of some of the work in progress. We have our professional learning teams that have begun with a certificated team, and then our classified and parent team are starting up. The early literacy task force that has been in action for since the beginning of the year. Our leadership academy, which has just begun, and our equity task force, which will begin shortly. And then our information sessions, which we will continue this year, our changes to the site certificated hiring process, and our design plan advisory team that is working on accountability for this. And so just talking about that system alignment, it's one of the key things in order to keep moving forward, is making sure that we're aligned at all the levels. We worked really hard the last 2 years at making sure that our vision, we have our vision, that our design plan, our 3 pillars in our design plan match up to that vision. Our LCAP goals are in alignment with that vision, and our school SIPSAs also are in alignment with the goals that we have as a district. And so as we move forward, that's the key to keep continuing with that as we provide different programs and interventions for our students. I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Hyder right now to talk about our elementary assessments.
Good evening. I'll share some elementary assessment data and improvement plan with you. This chart is our ELA iReady scores for last school year versus current school year. The blue bar is for 21-22, and the orange-red bar is for 22-23. We actually started a little lower this year, but we just completed Diagnostic 2 in November, and students are showing growth. So I'm hopeful that this growth will continue in Diagnostic 3, and we will exceed our CASP scores this year. This chart breaks down the ELA growth by grade level. You will notice that the overall data, it's slightly lower in first grade, but as they move across grades, the scores increase. Third grade stands out amongst all grade levels. We expect to see similar growth in Diagnostic 3, and as I mentioned, continuing with CASP. Next, we are looking at our math data, and as is the trend with the county and the state, our math scores are significantly lower than ELA. However, we are showing some growth from Diagnostic 2, which was at 13%. Last year, we are at 15%. We are hoping that this trend will continue, and we'll see higher score in CASP as well. This again breaks down the math data by grade level. Thankfully, our upper grades are doing slightly better than our lower grades, so students are bridging the gap. And just to point out, many of our first grade and second grade, they did not attend school in person, so they are catching up now. Next, we will look at our DIBELS data. DIBELS, as you know, is used in our kinder, first, and second grade to measure reading fluency. And we are looking in this, blue is the students who were reading fluently at the beginning of the year, and green is their reading fluency now. So we see a significant increase from beginning of the year to middle of the year. And this compares the same data with last year. So if we look at all the levels, first and kindergarten, they were fairly low, and we are showing some growth this year. That is definitely promising. In the next few slides, I'd like to share some of the improvement strategies that we are implementing to support our teachers and our school sites to boost student achievement. After each of the diagnostic tests, teachers are conducting data reflection meetings. The reflection meetings are designed to guide our teachers with small group intervention, as well as opportunity to modify whole class instruction if necessary. Additionally, teachers are using FIABs, which are Focused Interim Assessment Bank. These assessments are fully aligned with the CASP assessment. They are using these assessment as instructional tool as well as to evaluate student progress. We also started the elementary reading challenge this year on January 10th. Most of our 1st through 6th grade students are participating in this challenge. They can take a quiz by reading library books, and also they can read digital versions of the books. In this slide, I have some pictures of students reading and taking the quiz. I just want to point out these pictures are from a 1st grade, 2nd grade, and an SDC classes. All these teachers have met with them personally, and they're very excited about this challenge. I'm using the primary grades. It just shows that all students 1st through 6th can participate in this challenge. Our primary teachers have received training on how to use DIBELS assessment effectively at fall 2022. More than 80 teachers have received training on Unit 1 and Unit 2 of letters, which is an excellent strategy to teach reading fluency. Our new TOAs are also receiving trainings on letters. Additionally, our literacy task force is working very hard since September. We have had several sessions to research and analyze successful school districts and effective instructional strategies. About 2 weeks ago, on January 24th, the task force visited classrooms in 6 schools. They were classrooms at Crestmore, Grand Terrace, Grant, Lewis, and Terrace View, where we observed some excellent lessons. We will incorporate this learning into our final report. And this is the picture of our task force members, and also some pictures of some observations from different classrooms. Additionally, all elementary site principals have developed site-specific academic goals. These goals will be aligned with the district focus and based on the needs as determined by CASP, iReady, and DIBEL scores. Their plan will include specific strategies to improve instruction and learning. I will now pass on to Dr. Mooney for the secondary part.
So good evening. Now we'll now take a look at our secondary schools and our internal assessments that we give at that level. This data is actually a very crucial part of the instructional process and assists our students, teachers, parents, administrators, and our district support staff in evaluating student progress. So we're going to begin with English Language Arts, or ELA. I first would like to point out that this chart is on a 40-point scale. All others will be on a 100-point scale, so you'll see the difference on the side. This chart shows the percentage of students who met standards as projected on their performance during the winter assessment. The comparison here shows year to year, so if you look at grade 7, the blue are last year's 7th graders, the red are this year's 7th graders. All right. So again, last year's 7th graders are this year's 8th graders. So if you kind of go over to the next column, you'll see that as well. So for grade 7, from winter to winter, the comparisons, they are performing higher. And even though our 8th and 11th graders are not performing higher, what we are not seeing are the significant decreases at these grade levels that we saw last year. So from fall to winter last year, we saw significant decreases in performance on the assessment. This year, we're not seeing that significant decrease, even though they're performing lower than last year. So which is a perfect segue to our focus on growth. So the percentage of students who met growth projections from fall to winter, we'll see these are our middle schools grade 7, broken down on the left, and grade 8 to the right. We are seeing a higher percentage of our students who are meeting their growth targets. As these students continue to grow, we will see more students on the MET standards portion of those previous slides. When we look at the ELA reading, again, we're hoping that that will continue to grow as our students' scores grow. These are the totals for our high schools. Most of our grade levels and sites are higher than last year as far as their students meeting the growth projections. We'll now take a look at math. This slide shows our math data, and just a reminder that this is on a scale, a 100-point scale. And each grade level is performing higher than they did last year this time. So from winter to winter, we're seeing increases in math. This is kind of uncommon. We usually see the increases in ELA and declines in math, but we're seeing growth in math. We are significantly low in our performance, but we're heading in the right direction. And this slide is really important because it actually shows the increase again, as we're showing increases then from last year, from year to year. We also have shown significant increases in students meeting their growth projections. So these numbers are again our middle school, grade 7 to the left, grade 8 to the right. And again, we have a higher number, or higher percentage of our students meeting their growth projections from the fall test to the winter. And the same thing is true for our high schools. You'll see by each grade level, you'll see higher percentages than we had last year of students meeting their growth projections, which means that they're growing in their performance. They just aren't getting to the next band yet. We still have one more administration of our MAPS assessment, and we're hoping to see that continued growth and students moving from the not met to the met category. Some of the strategies for improvement, and as we can, I would say as we continue to introduce this new assessment, this is our second year. I just want to remind them, this is our second year given the assessment. There have been a lot of transitions with our testing schedules for our students becoming more aware of the assessment. So as we continue to introduce the new assessment into our system, we continue to have our teachers reflect on the strategies that they're using for improvement. These reports, what we call interim reports, are provided to the board, which provides information that directly addresses the bullets where it says the teams are identifying their successes and challenges, how they're monitoring the progress towards those critical standards, as well as their response to students who are not meeting the standards, and then the next steps for those students who are meeting the standards. So those reports are shared directly from our teachers as part of their data reflections. So this actually, this next slide is going to show just a few of our highlights, but again, those reports have the vast majority of the interventions that the teachers have identified, and I'm just going to again call out a few. And we continue to offer, and I want to just point out the tier 1 are available to all students at the secondary level. So we continue to provide these tier 1 supports of paper co-tutoring. That is our 24/7 online tutoring for our students. The Alex Math for students who are struggling with math, they have the opportunity to go on and do math Alex lessons that will help assist them in closing learning gaps. Edgenuity Math, My Path is for reading. That is also available for our students to assist them in increasing their reading scores. More of a tier 2, our Read 180 class. This is identified for students particularly scoring below or far below. So they've been identified and placed in the Read 180 class, which assists them with other skills, developing those reading and language skills. And then site-specific, these are some common site-specific interventions that are being implemented, which includes our extended day or after-school tutoring that our teachers are providing to students, the scaffolding of instruction, the implementation of AVID instructional strategies, Saturday school, and then student conferences. Again, we talk about the importance of this data with teachers, parents, and students. We offer parent reports. So we do have parents reaching out to the school sites and having student conferences and figuring out ways to support their students as well.
And so to wrap up, we do have some upcoming presentations. Again, we wanted to kind of start tonight with how we're addressing the dashboard information. And so on February 16th, our Language Support Services, School Improvement and Information Technology Directors will be presenting. In March, Student Services will come up and provide some information regarding attendance and discipline and what is happening with this year. And then in April, we'll bring to the board our work with the LCAP this year and our LCAP committees and provide the results of that so the board can provide any input as we finalize and write the report. And then in May, we'll be back as we promised this year with assessment updates after each assessment. And so we'll come up in May with the final results. And so again, I just come back to this. We're trying to get our systems in alignment, coming back to our work with the design plan across the district. No way we know there's a lot of work ahead of us. We're in no way are we at a place where we're necessarily happy or excited with the results, but we know they're headed in the right direction. And similar to when we started doing testing, we're improving every year, and so that's the goal, is to continue with that, and so that we can realize our model, putting students first, looking at student achievement, equity, and wellness, and so that's our goal. And so, may we answer any questions?
I think we're all overwhelmed or depressed.
And really, as you're coming forward or beginning to speak, just want to also just give a shout out. Our teachers, administrators, and everyone's working so hard at the school sites. And so it's not, I just want to recognize that as we end tonight too.
Well, I ditto that. Thank you to all the teachers and the administrators and everyone that is involved in moving our students forward. And I also want to thank you, Dr. Peterson, and your team for the update. It helps us keep focused on what's important and looking at progress. I was very excited to see the literacy team go on site visits where they were actually in the classrooms. Dr. Hyder, I saw those pictures, and I know that you saw a lot of wonderful things happening in our schools. So thank you for that. I did have a few questions on you mentioned A through G information. Is that upcoming or?
Yeah, the hope, it should be coming out. Last year, I think it was in February when they released that data, and so I've been eagerly looking on DataQuest and everywhere for that. And if not, we can also give you our preliminary data too. We can go back and provide that as well. Okay.
Yeah, that would be great. Yes. And also addressing chronic absenteeism. How do we compare? You said it was across the state, but how do we compare, like in the county? Is it pretty similar across the county also?
So I believe we were at 44%, and majority of districts were above 30%. And so pre-pandemic, we were at just over 10%. We were at 11%.
Yeah.
And so that kind of shows you the, when you talk about academics and all of that, that plays a huge factor in that. And so we
Absolutely.
need our students in school to learn in order to make the improvements we want to make. And so, so that's still a sticking point across the county as well. But I expect it, we expect it to improve, and student services will be up here providing an update on that and what they're doing this year
And
soon.
when we dig into the data, have we pinpointed what grade levels are the ones that that have the greatest need? Because I think if we pinpoint what the grade level specifically, we can.
I think it's all grade levels at
All
this
grade
point. It's finding what students, it's identifying the students that need.
Yeah.
And so part of the, I think if there's a benefit to differentiated assistance, there's a couple subgroups that we weren't really focused on because we hadn't had issues necessarily with in the past. And so it gives us an area to, provide data to our schools to say, hey, make sure we're checking on these students, because some of the subgroups, the students of 2 or more races, foster youth, when you look at schools, because school sites have dashboards too, a lot of the school sites don't have higher than at a school site in order to get status and numbers, you have to have more than 10 and more than 30 as well. And so when you're talking about 70 to 75 students in the district period, at a school site, there's 2 or 3 students maybe, or 5 students. And so really just making sure that we're identifying for making sure the sites know who these students are and that they're giving that information to the teachers and that they're providing some guidance on that.
Okay, let's see, I had one more here. Okay, oh, yeah, you mentioned that out of 33 districts in San Bernardino County, 31 are all in differentiated assessment.
So Mount Baldy, which is a single school, I don't know if they ever went online for COVID. And then I know Etowanda, which is K-8, actually was in the high range on a lot of their scores. And I did some digging on curriculum, thinking maybe there's some magic thing that they're using, and they're using the same things we are in Colton, so the same curriculum. So
Yeah, yeah. And the districts that are like us on differentiated assistance, I'm assuming it's for different reasons, some of them, but
if you looked at our data, it's really chronic. The difference between what would have put us in differentiated assistance before, I believe in 2017, we were in differentiated assistance for our special ed students. So if you look at the difference between what did before and what it does now, the very high in chronic absenteeism where we were actually on the low end. So if you talk about 2 indicators, we might have had 1 indicator for several of them. But when you add that, so really the reason why we decided on African Americans and foster youth when we did our meeting was because they had multiple other categories as well. And so we wanted to really focus on those 2 subgroups.
well, yeah, there we go. Chronic absenteeism is something we really need to focus on. And then that's very clear then. So, and just on a note, on concurrent enrollment with Valley College, I know this for the secondary, there's one on the agenda today, but do we have a process or on how these kids are able to be identified or invited to attend classes concurrently while they're in high school?
Absolutely. It is an open enrollment. So our students all of our high school students are eligible to complete a concurrent enrollment form and submit it through my office, which then comes to the board for approval. So with a lot of their classes moving to online, it made a lot of classes more available for our students. But again, we control the approval process to go through the board as part of our board policy. We are also looking to enter into a CCAP agreement with San Bernardino Valley College, which will increase the opportunities for our students to take more classes.
Okay, CCAP agreement? Okay, and the counselors are the ones that work with the students, identifying them and getting the paperwork in and everything?
That is correct.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you. And great presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Flores.
Wonderful. All right. Well, I think we all have a lot of questions and certainly a concern about how we can improve things. So I'll start where Board Member Flores finished, and that's absenteeism. You hinted at an interesting point that I think is a new reality sort of post-COVID, and that is that students are staying home more than probably they were in the past due to illnesses, and let's be honest, and we see this in our workplace now more than ever. If you have a cold, a flu, a sniffle, God forbid you sneeze in the workplace right now, right? Everybody kind of, and that's reality. And I know as an employer, I'm constantly sending folks home, or I'm saying don't come home or don't come to work if you're sick. I don't care if it's a cold, a flu, COVID, stay at home, get well. We don't want your germs. And that's true for the students. With our little ones, they have sniffles. They always have sniffles. You send them to school. That's what you do. Now we do hesitate. Now we sort of think, okay, let's check them out. Let's check their temperature. So I think that's a reality that we're going to contend with from here on out. That's just changed. There's more acute awareness around that. So I'm not sure that that'll change a whole lot, but I don't know that accounts for a lot of absenteeism, but it certainly plays a role.
At the state level, the counties went to the state and tried to get them to change and the state went to the federal government, and then the federal government said no.
In terms of how we define that?
Yeah, to try to give us a break.
And I think that would be the solution to fix that, where you have to look at those and what's considered chronic absenteeism and not, and whether there's an excused absence or illness is just going to be a reality, and lost days for even at work is going to be a reality for all of us. I think that's something we have to contend with. The challenge before us, and looking at the data and the scores, is it seems clear to me, I mean, we're obviously still digging our way out of that COVID hole, right? A loss of 1 year of learning. I know we don't like to say learning loss, but let's be honest, that's really what it was in a lot of ways for a lot of students. This isn't something that you turn around in a year. It's going to be interesting to see how long it's going to take schools to dig their way out of a hole that we dug in 1 year. And it could be multiple years. The challenge is our students don't have 5 or 6 years to do it. We've got to turn it around quickly. And the more that I think about this and look at this, and I really appreciate the data, the information. We're providing tons of new curriculum tools. I mean, you've said it yourself. What can we give our teachers to make them more successful and to move the needle on this? And that's good. We want those things. But the formula for successful schools is pretty simple and has been simple for a long time. A really good teacher, even with limited resources, can do amazing things with students. But those students have to be in the classroom and they have to be attentive and paying attention. And so while I like the resources and the tools, I don't believe that that's the solution here. I mean, we will continue to provide all the training and curriculum, but we have great teachers. We have teachers that want to be there, that want to teach. We have to make sure the students are in the classroom and ready to learn. That's going back to the absenteeism, going back to not being present, going back to behavioral interventions, because that's the other challenge that we're finding is these kids, maybe he or she's physically there, but mentally or emotionally, they're not. And a lot of what we're doing, these interventions are they're global, they're macro, whether it's the tutoring support. And I feel like we're going to our teachers, our principals really, and saying, okay, your school of 600 kids, we want all 600 of them to do better. Go forth and make all 600 kids better. Where do you start? If that's the goal, and of course that's the goal, big picture, but I think of Slover Mountain, you all that are from the area, remember when we actually had a Slover Mountain, not the high school, I mean the mountain off the 10 freeway there in Colton. There was a mountain there. It's not there anymore. So what happened to the mountain? Well, they dug it out, but they didn't do it overnight, and they didn't do it by taking the whole thing at once. They did it one shovel and eventually one truckload at a time. And I think we need to give some consideration as a board and some direction to consider really starting a focused intervention, because this is usually it's the 80-20 rule, right? 20% could create 80% of the challenge, or 20% success rate for that population could drive the needle significantly. We know who the students that are struggling with absenteeism and with underperformance. And rather than say, we're going to present all of these wonderful resources for whoever wants it, first of all, the parents that are going to engage, those are the parents that are already engaged. Their kids are doing okay. My kids are okay. And while I appreciate the additional support, it's my next door neighbor's kid who hasn't been to school in a year that I'm really worried about. And I'd rather tell an elementary principal, you know what, let's just focus on the 10% that are struggling. So instead of 600 kids, you got 60. You know who they are, you know where they live, you know, you have some contact with a parent. Let's just make those kids our primary focus. And if we can get those 60 kids to perform, we'll see these numbers go like that. Because let's be honest, we know that it's the lowest of performers that are kind of pulling things down. But if we can move the needle on them, we see everything go up. I think we need to not just look sort of macro and provide everybody with all these tools, but say, you know what, we're going in really focused on those kids that need it the most. And we will make a difference globally, but it starts with that first step, right? It's like every marathon starts with a step. Because if we set out to change the entire district and say we're going to focus on everyone, maybe we make a little bit of incremental progress, but it's not going to be enough, not for me at least. And we know who these kids are. We know who they are. A principal knows who these kids are by name. And they need help. And we have to figure out how to help them and help their parents. So I hope that we can have conversations about maybe looking at more targeted interventions and let's just pick that group and go all in on them. You know, I'll be, as a parent, I'm willing to say my kids will be okay. We'll provide the support, but I want all those kids that don't have a parent or don't have that support network at home. They really need us the most. So perhaps that's something that we can talk about. Perhaps we can get some more analytics on the absenteeism and those students that are really struggling, because that's where we need to put those interventions in place and engage those parents.
And many school sites are targeting, and so we can provide possibly some more information on those.
That would be helpful, because what it is and what are those hurdles, you know, when it comes to absenteeism or when it comes to being active or present in the classroom, I'd like to know. I think we all would. And what do we need to provide? What support is it that's needed? So thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments? I have a question, and it goes back to the attendance. At the very beginning of your presentation, you said it was on there that we only look at chronic absenteeism K through 8. So the numbers we're looking at for absenteeism are the K through 8, right? How does?
So that's that's for the dashboard. That's what they look at. Student Services puts together a weekly and monthly report that they send out to the principals at all levels that look at positive attendance and what the positive attendance rate is, and chronically absent. Trying to think of what other measures are on there, but there's a comprehensive report that goes out to our staff.
Yeah, we also put together district ADA, average daily attendance, identify chronic absenteeism rate per week, and then cumulative from the beginning of the year. So right now, when we look at a chronic absenteeism, we've seen significant drops in that already. So I'd say, when you look at the numbers for 21, 22, again, you know, we were in COVID 20, 21, 21, 22 coming out of it. Right now, we're closer to 36, about 35 district-wide. So we're seeing the numbers every week drop. We're seeing the ADA numbers slowly coming up. So these are the reports that we put together. We send them over to our principals. We actually, we share them in board correspondence. And then we also track, just to kind of get to Mr. Flores's point, when you dial down, that's macro, but we look at the site level and you look at the number of school attendance review teams, which is designed to look at attendance at every site and to identify the students. So we look at the numbers that are happening at the site so that students are, so the sites identify how many students are on a start contract. It's not punitive, it's more support to help identify those students. So we track those weekly, and
we've made a competition with our principals as well. So every monthly, at our monthly principal meetings, their awards are given out to the highest and most improved sites with attendance. So.
And we have Saturday school. I mean, I think our principals, every weekend they're at the sites, assistant principals, and we see those numbers.
If you're not getting your kid to school during the week, you're not getting him or her to Saturday. I'm just being honest with you. I see it. It's,
well, It's an option that we.
Well, no, and it needs to be an option, but that's what I'm saying. It's when we provide these things and say, hey, come forth and accept, well, those that don't necessarily need that help are usually the ones coming to take extra advantage of it, you know?
And at Saturday school, I don't think, they're not getting the curriculum and instruction that they would have gotten in the classroom. It's, everybody's in the same place. My question is, and I've heard, how many SARTs does a family get? I know we want to be positive, but at what point do we take these people to SARB? Because I've heard that there's been students that have been SARTed like three times in contracts, and then but they're not going to SARB. Why?
We are having SARBs, Ms. Thornhill Heather. It just really depends on the situation, but usually after about 10 absences, we will bring them into a SARB meeting. So we are holding them regularly through the Student Services Department.
Can we get information on how many SART schools have done and how many SARBs we've actually taken them to?
Yeah, and part of the information that Dr. Miranda mentioned, I think it has been part of board correspondence. In the table that we look at the 30, 60, 90 days that we've been in school, not only do we report ADA and chronic absenteeism, but the number of SARTs by school have been in there, the number of SARBs per school, and the number of Saturday schools that the schools have attended, and the amount of ADA that we've recouped back from those. So I'll make sure that we get that out to the board.
I understand ADA is important to get recouped back, but it still doesn't make up for kids that being absent. My question is, if we have SARB and they go to SARB, what have the consequences? Have parents been cited? How many have we cited?
No, citing parents hasn't happened for a while. The SARB process is somewhat over the years lost its teeth, so to speak, Ms. Thornhill. We do have, fortunately, we are part of the San Bernardino County probation officer program. So we do have a probation officer who is amazing, who goes out with us to our site home visits. That's one, but also is part of the SARB process. So, we're just putting them on contract and making contact with the family. But the actual punishment, so to speak, has been lost along the way, and it's not necessarily a CJUSD thing.
So we go through SARB 1, 2, SART 1, 2, maybe 3, and they go to SARB and nothing happens and it's dropped.
Well, we continue to work with the family. I wouldn't say it's dropped. We just continue to follow up with the family. There are things that we do follow up with the county and our probation officer. The parents can be cited, but it does take, it's a process that we go through.
But our kids still aren't coming to school. I think we need to look into that. Why? I mean, the parents, I understand we don't want it to be punitive and we want to help them if we can. But if they're not sending their child to school, they're breaking the law. Those kids need to come to school, and we're paying for it in our, what we see happening in our communities. We need our kids in school, including the high school kids. So whatever we can do, I'd like some more information. I know the information comes out as, we got 23 schools out there. It's all in one piece. I'd like to know where the pockets are. Is everybody doing SARTs? Are we really is it being monitored to make sure that everyone's getting these kids back to school?
It is monitored, Ms. Thornhill Heather. Like I said, we track not only SARTs, but SARB. So is it happening district-wide? Yes. And there is, some follow-up with the schools, with the department to make sure that we're scheduling those. So yeah, it does happen consistently. And, well, sorry, and Dr. Ortiz, every principals meeting, in fact, tomorrow we have principal meeting, we report that data. We report all the attendance data, chronic absenteeism. We also, as mentioned, we're rewarding positive, good attendance, incentivizing, and the data shows clearly that, it's been a shift from that now our high schools are actually the highest attendance rates. In the past, it was elementary, and that tells us, because at the beginning of the year, we told our families to keep their kids home if they had the sniffles, anything. That was the message from the very get-go. So that's shifted. we now see the change. We now see the decrease in chronic absenteeism, and so there's definitely been that mindset shift at this point because we've been very proactive in monitoring on a weekly basis, and again, monitoring and rewarding also good attendance.
Okay, anyone else?
Joanne.
Mr. Ibarra?
Okay, thank you. First of all, I just want to say thank you for the report. You know, it's kind of a tough one, but I know that this type of report is similar in every district, probably up and down the state. So we're not too far off the norm, so to speak. Second, I just want to mention that being a teacher myself, knowing teachers in our district, our teachers are excellent professionals, and they do excellent work. And I agree with my colleagues, they could only do the work if the student is in class. We'll start there. The absentee is something that we definitely need to address or reach out to. And my first question, do we still do a district-wide universal parent-teacher conferences with every report period?
We do them on first and third quarter with elementary and middle school.
Okay. Now, well, my point here is I know for a fact that, just like my colleague, Mr. Flores said, that the ones who do come to these meetings are the ones that will always go to the meetings. And, but as we start to incorporate and work with our kindergartens, we need to set up precedents. We need to set a culture. We need to really define what our expectations are for students in classroom from the beginning. And somehow we've got to get that message across to the parents. And we need to really think about how we can do that. Because we know that kindergarten, I mean, you can't look for enough volunteers. Every parent wants to be part of that. You know, as they get older, then they start concentrating on the younger, or they start saying, oh, they're old enough, they can go on their own. I think that a lot of us have experienced those ourselves. But if we begin with an expectation that revolves around the parents at the get-go, then they will grow to have that expectation embedded in their minds as they continue to go throughout the district. And somehow we need to figure out how we can get that message across. I know we put a lot on our teachers. And I know that our teachers have the most daily contact with parents. And that's why I mentioned about the parent-student conferences, because those are great opportunities for us to share any information, any student support, even think outside the box by maybe even developing a list of student supports for our students that they could put on the refrigerator so parents can see whether they even want to use them or not. It's visible, because sooner or later their students are going to say, I can't do this, can you help me? And either they're not going to be able to, or they're going to say, no, I don't want to for some reason, or I can't. So, you know, that's where the brain trust in our executives here need to come together and start saying, yes, this is where we're at, but we need to begin the culture at the beginning so it's an expectation as they go throughout the school year. And somehow we need to do that. My next question relating to that is middle school and high school. Do the counselors still meet with the students? Do they still meet with parents? Do they still identify students that are struggling and try to get their parents to participate in some kind of conference early enough so they could catch them at the right time? Now, I see that you're shaking your head, yes, and they still do that. That's good. That's good that and do you get reports based on the effectiveness of those conferences? Are they able to reach out to a certain percentage? And if they don't, what do they do? Do they still continue to somehow contact parents through the phone, through emails, so that the parents know exactly where their student is and what is happening with them as they get older? Because we really need to do something within all our secondary classes and schools that is consistent so that we know what is the expectation there. And if it's being done, great. My question is, are they all doing it? And are they all following through? So accountability is going to be a big key for us to be successful here. Yes, sir.
And Board Member Ibarra, they are doing those meetings, and what I would like to do is work with our middle school principals to collect that data and send it back to you in board correspondence as to, because most of those things are placed in visits in our SIS. So we should be able to pull that data and share that with you as far as them identifying the students who have like multiple failures, who are struggling, or who have come forward to say they need additional support.
Yes, yes. And at that particular point in time, the counselors should be in a position to share resources, provide tutoring or other avenues, because we know that parents are busy, they work. Some are not able to help with algebra or any of those type of subjects, and they need to be able to receive those type of services. At least I think that would be a good thing to do. One of the things that we did see today with Bloomington High School is look at all the great activities all our high schools provide. Great activities. I know that if you're going to be an ASB, you got to have a GPA above either 3.0 or there's a minimum. Yes. Okay. One of the things I brought to the board's attention several years ago when Mr. Almaderas was still our superintendent, kind of went kind of quiet, was that there used to be a time where our middle schools had a 2.0 requirement for promotion.
So we
Now I know that, I'll let you just hold the thought. But what I hear from a lot of students in middle school is, oh, they'll pass me anyway. They don't put in any effort. Well, to me, those are lost years. If student just kind of slides by 2 years, they're losing valuable professional education from our teachers. And we need to somehow get the message across that if our policies say that in order to promote, you got to have a 2.0, we really need to take a look and see if that's the case, because I've been told so, that's in there. And that should be something that should be required, because what are we doing? We're promoting a lot of students who eventually will not be able to meet the needs for high school algebra or high school curriculum, and they drop out or they stop skipping school. So there's a lot of factors that play into this outside of illnesses, outside of other things that may go around. They got comfortable during COVID and say, hey, I could stay home. You know, those type of ideals, and the parents are allowing that or don't know about it. That's why I'm asking, do the counselors, do the schools to follow up? I know that when I went to school many years ago, that I couldn't get back on the school campus without a note from my parents. You had to go through an attendance clerk before you walk right back into your school. You know, I don't know if we do that practice. We put the expectations and the responsibilities that should lie on the parents for allowing the students to stay home for whatever reason. Yeah, I mean, they could have a valid reason, but then they wouldn't have a problem writing a note or having a doctor's note. But
once again, it goes back to, have we gotten to the point where we've gotten too loose in a sense where we have created this problem ourselves? And that's something I think we really need to take a look at as I look at our assistant soups and our directors and managers and our superintendent and this board. Because the bottom line is we need our students to be in class. They need to learn. We need to support our teaching staff and our administrators. And how we're going to do that if we are too lenient with allowing students and parents to choose and when their children are going to come to school or not. So yes, it's going to reflect on the report that you showed. There's going to be a percentage of what I said embedded in that report, along with other things. So I just thought that it would be something for me to bring up, something for us to consider, and have some of you great educational minds put together, which I know you're capable of. You know, I have confidence in what you could come up with. But I think that as a parent, and I'll say what Mr. Flores said, my kids will be fine. There's a lot of parents that feel that way. I'm going to take care of my kids. But as we go through this process, we're not identifying the ones who are going to have their children in school. We're identifying those that are not going to have them in school for some reason, so that we can do our jobs. Okay, thank you. I think I talked too much, so thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Does this report include our independent studies students?
Yes.
It does include them. Do you know offhand right now, just like roundabout, how many kids we have like elementary and how many we have in high school in independent study?
I believe it's 100 and 200.
200 altogether, and are most of those in high school or?
So 90 elementary, 50 to 60 middle school, 50 to 60 high school.
Okay. I can't speak for the middle and high school, but what I'm hearing from a lot of teachers is that when the kids come out of independent study in elementary, that the kids aren't ready to go back into a regular classroom, that they're not prepared.
We're trying to extract the data out of this for our independent study students from last year. I think we're about been working on that to be able to look at the differences in their performance within that.
Because I've been hearing that a lot, and so that is going to affect not just that's going to affect the other kids in the classroom because the teachers are having to work with these kids. I just want to say thank you to my fellow board members for the conversation that was had and listening to you. You know, it was a really hard presentation to listen to, but some very thoughtful questions were asked, and I appreciate the fact that we are all concerned, as we are, and that they asked the hard-hitting questions, because we can't get the work done if we don't ask those questions. So thank you.
Anyone else?
One last request of you mentioned the SARB process. Can we get a presentation on that? Could I ask for board consensus? Because I'd like to not only understand that process better, but apparently it's evolved. I don't recall this board, and I've been here now 10 years, ever voting to say, hey, we're going to stop citations, we're going to stop the enforcement. So that has happened by practice. I'm not sure when or where, but I think it's something that this board needs to weigh in on because that needs to be potentially an option in our tool belt. So can we have an actual board presentation? Is the board okay with that, consensus-wise, on that process?
We're planning a presentation in March.
Okay.
So that's on the planning stages right now.
Thank you, Mr. Flores. I think that's a wonderful idea. And I think it'll be very helpful, and I think it may make a difference in us from here on. I want to clarify what I first said, Tina. when I said overwhelming and depressing, I didn't mean it in a negative way in that sense. I know that teachers are working so hard. I think about this. I mean, I hear things on a daily basis about how tough it is. I'm all about teachers and instruction, and I couldn't agree more with Dan. Without a teacher, they can't teach. They don't get the concepts. I think about little ones in kindergarten or first or second grade. They get every single day those foundational skills for reading, because by third grade, they're supposed to be reading at grade level so they can go on to fourth and on above, learning the content. Well, if they don't have those foundational skills, so they don't get them when they're sitting at home, even in independent study, you don't get those foundational skills because there's no teacher sitting there. So here I am, a teacher in third grade. I got a student who didn't go to school because pandemic in first grade. I mean, they had online, but come on, that's not the same. And then second grade, we came back to school for part of the year, or did we? I can't remember. And so they're behind 2 years. Now third grade teachers are struggling trying to teach those kids. Next year, she's going to have 3 years, kids, because they haven't come to school, because for some reason they're not getting here. Someone's not getting the message, and I feel like we're dropping the ball. And I don't mean it us. I think it's because of what's happened with the pandemic. But we need to fix it. We got to get kids to go to school, because our teachers, I can't imagine teaching really it isn't 3 curriculums, but you're teaching the 3 or 4 different skill levels. And it was not that great before. So now we're really behind, and we're going to lose our teachers. They're going to finally just give up and say, I can't do this anymore. What are they doing to get to 7th and 8th grade, and the content's just not there? And they don't have enough skills to read. I'm worried about that. So please don't think I was negative about teachers, because I'm certainly not. I know everyone is working so hard. I know principals are killing themselves trying to figure out ways. I just like to see if we can do something. Getting kids to school is the key, I believe, to making a difference and making this turnaround. And we won't be able to turn around for many years. I know we won't. But at least we're going to give kids something more than we're able to give right now, because we can't give them anything if they're not in school. So.
Thank you for the conversation tonight.
Thank you. And thank you, Ed Services. I'll say this, that the data that was presented tonight tells a story of what the impact was during COVID. And you see promising changes happening across the district. You see it improving. You see the instruction. You see the attendance. And we're going to continue to work hard and implement the strategies that we have in place. I say this because I was a student that almost dropped out in 9th grade, 10th grade for not, there wasn't an attendance program at the high school I attended. And a miracle that I was able to bounce back somehow. So this is something that as educators, Dr. Peterson, Dr. Ortiz oversees student services and attendance, we take to heart. Our principals see the data every joint principals meeting, and we are supporting them every which way possible. So thank you, board, because we understand and we are making significant progress. The data clearly shows that too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, moving right along. We are at action session, items 6.1 through 6.32. I will be pulling action item 6.3 for separate consideration. Is there anyone else who would like an item to be considered separately? Okay. Could I have a motion then to approve action items 6.1 through 6.32 with the exception of 6.3?
Second.
Okay. I had a motion by Board Member Haro and Board Member Flores to approve action items 6.1 through 6.2 for 6.4 through 6.32. I'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? On a motion by Board Member Haro and seconded by Board Member Dan Flores, I guess we need to do that, and carried on a 7-0 vote, the board approved action on 6.1, 6.2, and 6.4 through 6.32. Okay. Action item 6.3. I need approval, a motion first. Okay. Could I have a motion to approve for item 6.3, approval of employment agreement for the superintendent 2023 to 2026?
So move.
Second that.
That was you, Frank. And second was? Superintendent Dr. Frank Miranda. Term of his contract, July 1 through 2023 through June 30, 2026. Annual salary, year one, $265,271 per year. Pursuant to the attached salary schedule, annual increase of 2.5% per year. Annual work year, 225 days. Vehicle, district approved provided vehicle for assistant superintendent. It says assistant, huh? No, but it says assistant. Yeah, superintendent's use. Health insurance, the same medical and dental insurance benefits offered to other certificated management employees. Sick leave, 14 days per year. Life insurance, term policy, life policy in an amount of $250,000. Effective July 1, 2023, the board agrees to make matching contributions annually up to 5% of the superintendent's annual salary to the superintendent's tax sheltered annuity plan of his choosing. The matching contributions shall not be deemed to be creditable compensation for retirement purposes. Okay, I have a motion by Board Member Ibarra and a second by Board Member Fuentes. To approve the action item, approval of employment agreement for the superintendent 2023 to 2026 as presented. Ms. Medina, would you do a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Thoreen Ojeda?
I didn't, yes. All I heard was that buzzing.
Mr. Ibarra?
Yes.
Mr. Flores? Mrs. Flores?
Yes.
Mr. Fuentes?
Yes.
Mrs. Haro? Mrs. Sandoval?
Yes.
Thank you.
On motion by Board Member Ibarra and Board Member Fuentes on a 6-1, the board approved the action item approval of employment agreement for the superintendent 2023-2026 as presented. Okay. Administrative reports. For administrative report 7.1 to 7.3, are there any questions or comments from board members? No? Okay. Item 7.5, ACE update. Mrs. Parachi's not. Okay. 7.6, CSEA update. No report. Item 7.7, MAC update. Okay. Item 7.8, ROP update. Nothing, okay. Item 8.1, superintendent's communique.
All right. Yes, thank you, Board President Thorn Ojeda, board members. Executive Cabinet, members of the audience, short communique this evening, so we can go to the first slide there. Well, they did it again. Bloomington High School Virtual Enterprise Team. Let's give them a big round of applause. I mean, they're just amazing. Myself, along with the Board of Education, Cabinet, everybody and the Colton community want to congratulate our Bloomington High School Virtual Enterprise students. Social Shield has moved on to the top 20 with their business plan presentation and has qualified for the Nationals in New York City. So we're all going to New York. We just wish them tremendous luck and over there in the Nationals. I'm sure they're going to do great. They have Isabella, who is an incredible student, and she's part of my superintendent supervisory council. If you're listening tonight, Isabella and the team, you guys make us really proud, and we're really proud of you and looking forward to see how you do in New York. And we're here to support you, so congratulations to Ms. Ruan, Ms. Buckles. They just have an amazing program there, and so they continue to make champions and make us proud. All right. And let me, next slide, please. I want to talk about these amazing resolutions that the board approved tonight. Again, thank you, board, for approving these resolutions. National African American History Month is this month, so we look forward to the activities, to celebrating all the African American leaders, and it's just an amazing month to celebrate. Career Technical Education Month, it's February 2 of this year, and so we're celebrating career technical ed. We know that there are students who are just amazing with their hands. We have amazing programs through CRIROP at our high schools, all our high schools, and we offer some great in partnership with CRIROP. And so again, we're celebrating Career Technical Education Month, National School Counseling Week. What would we do without our counselors? I mean, I wouldn't be here without a 10th grade counselor who helped me survive the sophomore year at Gary High School in Pomona. So it's National School Counseling Week. And so thank you to all our counselors for what you do. It's never been like it's been the last 3 years or so. So thank you, counselors. So Board of Education, thank you again. Thank you to everyone for your dedication and compassion for the students and families of Colton Joint Unified, and the hard work for all these folks, our APAC, our leadership, our equity committee. You guys are working really hard to celebrate all these folks. So thank you. And then last but not least, I want to celebrate our honor band. On behalf of the elementary band team, I am so proud to announce that we have 20 elementary band students representing Colton Joint Unified in this year's San Bernardino County Elementary Honor Band. So to put it in perspective, right, everything perspective and context matters. This year, over 20% of the Basin Elementary Honor Band is composed of Colton Joint Unified School District students. 20%, right? That's pretty huge. That is significant for sure. So I'm really proud of that. The students are going to be attending band rehearsals for the next 3 Saturdays, and will be performing in the San Bernardino County Basin Honor Band concert on Saturday, February 11th, in the Memorial Chapel at the University of Redlands. We invite everyone to attend this free concert and celebrate our students' accomplishments with us. We have amazing things that are happening across the district, amazing programs, and I just wanted to highlight some of them. So amazing things are happening. Thank you very much, and I'll turn it back over to you, Board President.
Thank you, Dr. Miranda. Item 9.1, board member comments. Board Member Harrell.
I want to congratulate all of our employees of the month. We have the best employees in Colton. We say it all the time, that we really and truly do. And those were just 4 shining stars, and I just want to really, really congratulate them. I never sat at this dais and cried like that, listening to their stories and their dedication. And I know that same dedication is from all of our employees that work here. And it's because that I'm going to read something that's not going to be maybe not very pleasant, but it needs to be said because I truly care about this district in all capacities. American journalist Sidney J. Harris wrote, "The 2 words, information and communication, are often used interchangeably, but they signify quite different things. Information is given out. Communication is getting through." I continue to hear from staff, management, certificated and classified, about a lack of communication in our district. As a board member, I understand why our staff is telling me this, because I experience this constantly with information coming from the district office as well. If I am frustrated as a board member, I can't imagine what our staff is going through. Imagine getting an email about a situation that at the end says, "We will keep the board updated on this matter." And then we hear nothing. Or getting invited to the management retreat Sunday afternoon before it's happening Monday morning. An afterthought, maybe? I say this since management staff got their calendar invite on 12/15. I mean, if you were called on a Saturday afternoon to come to a birthday party on Sunday, would you believe you were really invited, or were you an afterthought? In 2008, when I was elected to the board, some, not all, of my colleagues acted like they were superior to staff. I'm the type of board member who, unlike my colleagues, did not believe like this then and still do not. But I do believe we as a board, as well as our entire staff that gives their all, deserve respect. Fueled by the world's largest study of work happiness, the work happiness score is a new data set on the hiring company Indeed. It's similar to company reviews and ratings. It's guided by leading happiness and well-being experts. Indeed, work happiness data displays the key dimensions that contribute to well-being at work: belonging, inclusion, flexibility, trust, appreciation, growth, feeling well managed, fair pay, flexibility, energy, satisfaction, stress-free, accomplishment, communication, and a sense of purpose. Sharing this openly helps job seekers better to understand what it really is like to work at a company. It also helps employers understand how their employees actually feels and empowers them to build a happier and stronger workplace. I leave you with this food for thought because it really makes me sad. I wonder if CJUSD had a happiness rating, what would it be?
Thank you, Mrs. Haro. Board Member Sandoval. Board Member Bertha Flores.
Yes, thank you. There's a new state policy this year requiring high school seniors to apply for the FAFSA. What I would like to know is, maybe in board correspondence, if staff can give us an update on how we're doing with this, how we're rolling it out, what kind of support we're giving our students to get this accomplished, and just some data, just to see where we're at. It's already February, so we need to get that information. Thank you. And to the grandparents that are here tonight, our heart goes out to you, and thank you for coming. And we wish you the best, and we hope that everything turns out for the best. Thank you.
Board Member Fuentes.
Thank you, Board President. Just wanted to also congratulate the award recipients today, the employees. Without our employees, we really wouldn't have CJUSD. And I want to thank all our teachers, our administrators, everyone, district office for your hard work. Today's report, we're going to work on it, and we're going to make sure that report changes. And I know that our team is working hard on it, and I know you guys will make a difference. And, I'm hoping that their kids will show up to school. So I just wanted to share some highlights. I've been out to some of the sites during the week, during the month, actually. January, I was out at, actually yesterday in the morning, I was at San Marino Sheriff's Department Central Office in San Bernardino, alongside our Safety Director, John Sachs, and our Officer, Sean Campa, and our SRO from Colton PD. We were out there. It's a meeting called the Gangs and Drugs Task Force, and it's a meeting that I've been attending for over 10 years now. It's a great opportunity where you get to learn about different things that happen throughout the county in law enforcement, and they also have some sessions in training, and yesterday we had one on active shooters. So also wanted to say I was out at Grimes for their boy and girls empowerments. I'm glad to see that the empowerments continue. We continue to empower our 5th and 6th graders and even our middle schools. I know there's one coming up for Ruth O'Harris Middle School. A lot of times it's great when young lives, they get to hear about self-esteem. They get to hear about being positive. They get to help each other, empower each other. One of the sessions was on self-esteem, and it was great to hear the students just ask the question, what is it? And I want to thank the counselor Ms. Luque over at Grimes. The way she shared it with the students, it made a lot of sense for them. And with the mental issues that we have now, I think it's great to have those empowerments with our students and get them empowered, get them to be positive, get them to stand up and say, I can and I will do, what needs to be done to be a positive person, to be a better leader. So I want to congratulate Ms. Luque, Ms. Servin from Grimes Elementary. I know, like I said, there's other empowerments coming soon. And congratulations to our counselors also for doing that. I was also out at Bloomington High School for the freshman orientation. They had a big rally for Ruth O'Harris. I think Joe Baco was today. I missed it, but I had other meetings I had to attend, and if not, I would be there. I was there. A lot of great students. A lot of students trying to figure out what am I going to do, what pathway am I going to do, what CTE am I, those type of things. It was great. Got to eat that Pizza Hut pizza. The wheat. It has wheat bread, and it was so good. I mean, I thought it was good. Talking about food, I like to eat food. So, but it was great to get that slice of pizza and eat it and enjoy it with the students there as they're getting ready to become freshmen, the class of 2027. So congratulations to them. And that's all I have for today. I just want to make sure everybody has a great time. And I know I will, because tomorrow I turn 50. So I'm the big 50 tomorrow. So, and I want to thank those who have already given me a shout out. for my 50th birthday, but 50 years ago, this man was born. So, and here I am. So God bless each and every one of you. Remember, stay happy, stay positive. We can. God bless.
Thank you. Board Member Dan Flores.
Well, happy birthday there, Board Member Fuentes. Yes, and an even bigger present for your wife for putting up for you for how many of those 50 years? Yeah.
22.
There you go. Just a couple of quick things. Big shout out to our Colton High School boys soccer team. They won league this week. They're an amazing team. They're a lot of fun to watch. They're a high-powered offense, and I think what's really cool is last year they really struggled. Last couple of years they had tough years. They didn't win a single game last year. They came back though with an amazing group of kids. They're fun to watch, and so obviously as an alumnus not only of Colton High but of the soccer program, and the older I get, the better I was. Right, Brian? Right? Yeah. But they really are a lot of fun to watch. They're a great group of kids and they're off to playoffs. So let's keep an eye on that and support them however we can. They're an awesome group. And then the last thing is just proud dad moment. There was mention of the elementary county band, the all-star band that we've labeled it at the house. My oldest is part of that. He's representing Rogers. He's the only Rogers student in the band. And so for the last week or so, in the next 2 weeks, I get to hear that performance every night pretty much at home. So it's good. It's going to be great. I can tell you that. But it's a lot of fun and a reminder and a celebration that we have so many different talented students in our district doing things from the arts to music to sports to literature. So it's really cool to see that and to even experience that in my own home. So thank you. And everybody, get home safe.
Thank you. Board Member Ibarra.
Thank you, Joanne. I'd like to begin by just offering my condolences to both of you and your family, and to thank you for coming and sharing and reaching out to our district for help. In 1976, Dr. Carter G. Woodson identified the fact that African American studies was not being offered throughout the schools in the United States. He started a movement which has grown throughout the years, and now at this time, I'm very, very proud to say that our district not only recognizes it, but we share the histories of not only African Americans, but other cultures and races to our students. With that being said, we as a district have always tried to show diversity. And it's easy to say when we have a high percentages of Mexican Americans, percentage of Blacks, and other ethnic races here. And I think that the idea of our students learning other cultures, other events, at an early age could only expand their mind to understand the individual students that they go to school with and have a better understanding how we as individuals can get along. Dr. Woodson had the right idea. I think I was a junior in '76, so dating myself. And I remember that Dr. Green was one of the teachers, and he was the first to open up African American studies at the high school I attended. And at first, he was at the door just saying, "Come on in, come on in." And he took everybody. And I just couldn't help gravitating to go in to hear what he had to say. Because many of my friends and where I grew up were African American. And I just wanted to know more. And I think that that idea, we as a district should be very proud that we are offering more to our students at all levels. It's needless to say that with the climate that we're living in today, it's even more imperative that our children are taught to understand each other. And I think that I take my hands off to, once again, our district for celebrating African American Month, celebrating all the other ethnic and racist events that occur. I know we do Cesar Chavez, we do others, and if you haven't heard me, I've actually met Cesar Chavez when I was in kindergarten. He was a good friend of my grandfather's. They used to play harmonicas together at my grandfather's porch, because my grandfather was the one who led the grapes boycott in San Bernardino. Yep. So it was like one of those mafia things. I'd follow him into the room, and they had those two sliding doors to the he had a big dining room, and my grandfather would just smile and just close the doors on my face. You're not welcome in here. But I just wanted to mention that because I'm very proud of our district. I'm very proud of the individuals who bring all this education forth, and I think it's great. And I've always supported that, and I will continue to support that for as long as I'm here sitting here at this seat. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ibarra. My comments tonight, I have two. First of all, on behalf of the board, I know we all feel so sad for the news that of your grandson, Mr. and Mrs. Meason. And we will help you however we are able to. And we're very sorry that you've had to go through this experience. I just can't imagine that. And secondly, Dr. Peterson, please don't think I was trying to beat up your department tonight. I know how hard you work, and I can't imagine the amount of time it takes to put everything together and to understand it. That's part of my issue. And I used to understand that, but it's so different now. I know you're working hard, and I just hope that we can continue to look at what we're doing, and maybe the pandemic hasn't happened in any of our lifetimes before. And so we've had so many things that are new, and you guys have gone through so much and done such an amazing job for us. And I know that maybe we need to look deeper in and try to figure out and collectively come up with other means of making things happen for our kids, because I know we're all here for our kids. And that's why all of us are sitting up here as well. So thank you for tonight. Thank you for the information, for bringing to our attention how much work is needed to be done. Unfortunately, you're trying to do all the work, but we do appreciate you so much. And I know, please don't take it wrong. We all know how hard you're working, and all of you, to get things taken care of for our kids. With that, we are going to go into closed session, and we will report out anything that we need to from closed session after. Thank you. All right, here we go. Item 11.1. There was one student readmission presented in closed session in accordance with California Ed Code 48916. An expulsion order shall remain in effect until the governing board, in a manner described in this article, orders the readmission of a pupil. The one student has been expelled from the Colton Joint Unified School District for a violation of California Education Code 48900 or 48915. The student met with an administrator in the Department of Student Services Department, and upon review has completed the plan of rehabilitation as directed by the board and is eligible for readmission. Is there a motion to approve the readmission of the student as presented? Okay, motion by Board Member Harrell, second. All those in favor say aye. Oppose? So on motion of Board Member Harrell, second by Board Member Bertha Flores, and carried on a 7-0 vote, the board approved the readmission of the one student who has met the plan of rehabilitation 1080971. Item 11.2, student discipline. Revocation. There was one student discipline item presented in closed session. Is there a motion to uphold the expulsion order as presented? I have a motion by Board Member Haro and a second by Board Member Fuentes to uphold the expulsion order as presented. All those in favor, aye. Opposed, nay. So on a motion by Board Member Haro, second by Board Member Fuentes, and carried on a 7-0 vote. One student discipline item was, the board upheld the expulsion order of one student discipline item as presented. Item 11.3. Oh, I'm sorry, 1060469, sorry. 11, item 11.3, personnel, public employee. On a motion by Board Member Fuentes and seconded by Board Member Dan Flores, and carried on a 7-0 vote, board approved the following. Personnel, public employee, appointment, government code 54957, classified coaches 5, head junior varsity softball girls, head varsity wrestling girls, swimming assistant co-ed, varsity soccer assistant boys, varsity soccer assistant girls, volunteer coaches 1, track co-ed, volunteer general 7. Item 11.4. Pardon me? Oh. Personnel, public employee appointment. On a motion by Board Member Fuentes and seconded by Board Member Ibarra and carried on a 7-0 vote, the board appointed David Brutus, principal, Lincoln Elementary. Item 11.5, personnel, public employee appointment. Dismissal, discipline, release. In closed session on a motion by Board Member Fuentes and seconded by Board Member Haro and carried on a 7-0 vote, the board took action to approve the resignation agreement and general release of EIN number 4402. And with that, pardon me? Oh, that's right. We have a birthday in the house. We are all going to sing happy birthday to Mr. Fuentes. Are you ready? I used to sing. I don't sing anymore. I can't. My lungs won't let me. Bertha. All right, here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Israel. Happy birthday to you.
The big 5-0 for the record.
Another person joining the old persons. Sorry, I had to say that. I did that several years ago. I won't tell you how many decades. But, oh.